Hello, what's up, guys? And I hope you had a beautiful day today. Let's go ahead and make our next drawings. So we have started to make our perfect bloom effects. We have made all the assets that we can put into the game, and now the only task that we really need to do is to make the game look good. We just have to put the assets now into the game and make it look good. Now for the projectiles, for the background, for the abilities, they're in the game already. We don't have to set them up. But if we take a look at our map here, this is our test level, and most of the time the game is looking like this. It has a time map, but then you don't have anything around it. And what we want to do is to make this test level look pretty. That's all we want to do today. And then we no, that's the first step. That's just the first step. And then we are going to apply this to the real game. So there's a lot of tasks ahead, but this is a really artistic task, so you can at least play some music, since I always say when I'm coding, I get distracted by music easily. But artistically, yeah, we can play some music here. So, oh, it's very loud in my headphones. Give me a second to decrease the volume. Okay, now let's go ahead and try to make our changes here. So what we first want to do is to set up our level. Now we have our grid, and in this grid there should always only be time maps. Now unfortunately we have some test objects here. This is a section that I need for test. It's for testing crouching, is why this is here. And it's just you crouch under this, and then you test if your character is going up at the wrong place. And this is how I test it. So this is important, but we don't want this to be in our grid here. We want this to have a new parent test objects. Okay. Next thing, we have grass in here. This belongs into the objects here. Make a new parent here. Tell it this is for grass. Put in the grass. Now what else do we have? We have castle. This is this time map. It's okay. Need that. We have torches. Yeah, time it with only torches, which is also for testing. This is okay. We will keep this. Now we have this shifting doodads time map. This is this one. Okay, and this time map is very important for us, because this time map can move when the character is moving. So let me see where the movement is set. Oh, we don't set this with a value. We set this with a reference point. Oh, that's how it works. Okay. So how does this work? Is you set up a right and left point here. These are points, and it works like this. When the player is moving from this position to this position, move the entire tile map from this position to this position. That's not a lot, because this here is not supposed to shift too much. But let's keep working with this. Let's keep working with this. So first we want to delete those 3 trees here. So we are going to its tile map, which is the queue tile map. And let's delete these trees. We need to find them. Oh, so need to select one of these game object brushes. And now we can delete those. Then let's drag those 2 reference points over here. And increase their distance just a little bit. Now if we put the player here, should be able to test how this will look. Let's put him here. And now we can test this. Now we have one thing, we have this global lightning here. This is going to be tedious if I use this lightning though, because what we actually want to use is the lightning inside of the camera. So normally it should look like this, but now I can't edit the map. That's the problem. So what we can do here is disable this lightning and turn this on. Or we could also disable this one. Yeah, we will use this lightning for our editing. And if we want to test, we will use these 2. Like this. These are the values that we want to have in the game later. Just something to keep in mind. You can see that the background is moving very, very slightly. Now with the background that we have here, the mountains, I think it's not looking too well if you have something in the back, because now it's looking like the trees are shifting, but the layer behind the trees is not shifting, and that's not okay. That's not going to work ever. So what we need to do here is, so that this will look good, we need to remove essentially the background, the old background, because yeah, as I said, it's not going to work ever. It's never going to work as long as we have this background enabled. Well, let's edit this. Let's just edit this tile map. I'm a little bit surprised how bright this moon is. Oh, it's because we increased the brightness of the camera, yeah. Okay, now of the global lightning. Increase the global lightning intensity. We have to use the normal default brush. And what we want to do is we want to shift this to the left. So we are going to select it and shift it to the left. Now we have a bigger window where we can put in our doodads. So this is the first thing that we learned. If you have shifting doodads, they're not going to look well with this kind of background. Now let's select more again and also shift this to the left. Okay. Now we've shifted the background. Now we have more space to work with. And what I want to do here is, how do we make this like a multi-layered background where you have multiple trees moving in your back. The only other thing that you could do, actually I should have tried this, is to make this background move. Yeah, that would make sense, yeah. Actually, it would make sense. Should have thought of that earlier. So, let's import another shifting doodads. And then we could make the background shift and just see how it adds up with other shifting objects. Console is... Yeah, the console is going to give me an error every time I have more than one global lightning enabled. So, okay, that's why there's a lot of errors. Just was wondering why there's a red text there that shouldn't be there. It's because cannot have more than one global lightning, which is absolutely correct. So let's check in the next shifting doodads. You can also rename this. This is the tree layer 1. And why 1? And how do we count 0? This is layer 1. So layer 1 is always in the front, and layer 2 is behind it, layer 3 behind it. That's how I do it in this game. You can make your own definition for that though. And we will count from left to right. So the one furthest to the left is going to be 0. Of course, we're programmers, we are always counting from 0. Yeah. You know, like in the kindergarten, I was always counting like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. That's just how we are born. That's programmer, and yeah, we will have multiple of those, because if we make this move and then also put some trees here and make them move and put them here, problem that I encountered was that each time that if you do them all in one layer, these will look quite right, but if you come to this position here, these trees will already have moved to this position, and when you keep moving, they will move until this position here. And this is why we are doing this with this weird point setting. Okay. Then we want tree lay. I have a better idea. Let's put this into a parent. Call this layer 1. Call this tree 0. Put this into a parent. Call it layer 2. Because I want to have multiple trees in the background. They're decreasing with size. And now I'm just trying to set this up. So this is how you need to do this. So setting up these things takes much longer than setting up a normal level, where you just would have some 1 or 3 layers of background. So something that we might have to keep in mind. So first I want these layers here to have the same reference points as this layer, roughly. Put them a little bit further away. Okay, now let's just draw on this layer. Let's draw in some trees. Tree brush. Let me see where this tree is. It's in 11. We have to be behind 11. We have to rename these layers here though, because now they are all named parallax background. And I can't know which one I am working on right now, because I only see the names of the grids here, not their parents. Okay, now I know I'm on trees 1. Okay, I need to have the layer name in there later. Okay. Yeah, let's do that. First, tree layer 1. The layer has to be inside of here because I can't see the parent. I can only see it inside of the hierarchy. Yeah. So now this should be correct. Now I'm in layer 1 and have the have trees 0. Okay. And I want to override my sorting layer and want to set this to 0. 0 is 1. No. My background is 1 and the order should be 0. And I want also to decrease the scale just a little bit. So I want to have a maximum scale of 0.9. A minimum scale of 0.8, so it will vary a little bit. Let's draw. Okay. So you don't really... So what I noticed there, you don't really see that they are smaller. I do have to put them lower though. Okay, let's try and play and let's see if you see the parallax effect that I want to go with. Yeah, maybe this is too much parallax. Now you have trees, but they are moving too fast. Okay, so we need to put their reference points closer together. Also not sure if I want to set these reference points to be a little bit different. Okay, they to be really...
Child. Hello, how's the game going?
Hello Stargazer, how is it going? Yes, it's going quite well. Right now I'm trying to set up this test level, and I've done everything to be very polished, and I'm just putting up every asset now and trying to make the game look good. So there's no programming left, no making skills or anything. Now it's just put the assets in the game there's levels already and everything. And I'm just trying to learn how do I put my assets inside of my game. This is still the test level. Will it make it look good?
The trees.
Yeah, I'm quite now trying to make them move with a parallax effect. Let's try to take a look. You see that each layer of trees moves with a different speed. I can control it. I think the ones in the back are still moving a little bit too fast. Would they move slower? I think they would move slower. That's a problem, yeah. And then if I go further back here, I can see more background. You can even see each background is going to have its own parallax shift.
Child. Yup, the background trees look like they have their own speed.
Yeah. Now I think that the mistake that I made there is with the first layer I made them move really slow, and the layer behind that was moving faster. So if I put these points here together, really far together, they should only move from this position to move this position. The ones in the background. Let's see if this looks better. Or the ones more in the foreground are going to move much faster than they in the background. Okay. I don't think this is correct. No. Okay. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. The trees in the first layer have to move faster. It was a 50-50 chance, and I lost. Too bad. So let's put these two together. Cancel this. Together really far. So if I move the character, it's saying if the character is moving from this position to this position, move from this position to this position. This was kind of supposed to be more artistically, instead of just giving it a flat value, move at this speed. I'm still not convinced that this was a good idea. Still not completely convinced. But once you learn to control it, it kind of makes sense. I say the other one should move from this point. No, this is the right one. Right, left. Okay, let's try to do that again. I'm still learning my own tools, I guess. Yeah, and that looks much better. And now you would maybe add up more, even more layers. I still think the background is moving too fast. I still think it's really interesting that it seems like the trees are moving like a 3D object, but they are not. They are not 3D objects. It's just an accident that I give the illusion that they are moving. Like a tree would really wiggle around the wind and bend itself around its own axis. Yeah, that just happened. And also now I really get to the fun part where like when you normally get editors and just get a brush and put game objects inside of your game, it just instantly works. That's the part that I'm working on right now. Okay, now we see that the trees, you see that they have multiple layers, but it's not it's not so fast that it's distracting. Okay. I feel like something's missing there. Let's give them more brushes. Now I can just use my brush and paint the tile map. Maybe some here. This is the only thing that is a little bit annoying, that this message is going to pop up every time. Yeah. And oh, I also need to override the layer. That's something. So you will be in the background, and those order will be 20. I want them to be a little bit smaller. And I can also assign them a random scale now on the fly. I still hope that I don't find any bug now, because this has been tested a lot and it has been a lot of time just trying to make everything work so that I can use this on the fly now. And if I say constrain the proportion to the x value, we'll use its original proportions. I don't need to set up x, y, z. I only need to set up the x value, which can be a little bit useful and save a little bit of time. Okay, now for the next layer, I want to make them smaller again. Put them behind those brushes, and oh, one should not be in front of the tree. Let's put this to 0. Put those to 5. And let's go through it and see if this looks like we have some vegetation in the game line. It is going to move when the character is going to move. Yeah. But I don't like the bushes in the second layer. It looks like the bushes would need to be on 2 separate layers between every tree line. So you need to build this up. Oh. Okay, so we learned that we still will have to do a lot of work. I guess we can't have things just for free, unfortunately. So need to set myself up every time. The best thing about this system though is the position that you see here is going to be the center, and when I move from this position to this position, it's going to be in this position when I reach the middle ground. So if I stand about here, everything should look like in the preview. Let's see if that's true, because a lot of assumptions based on this. Yeah, I think that's true. I think it was this position. Yeah, that was correct. So the best thing about this system right here is it just works. You can if you assign a flat value to this and say if the character move flat into one direction, it's quite easy to make it work with these trees here. But if you come to trees over here, it's really hard to set up, because then you assign a value to them. They're starting to move. They're going for and when the characters move, when the character comes over here, the trees will have moved to this position. So what you would have to do then is to memorize this just in their head and move the trees here that you want them to be here when the character comes here, and move them to this position by hand. And this is something that I will avoid with this, because as you can imagine, this gets a little bit annoying when you are going to work with a lot of layers. And with the system that I have here, I can just make these reference points, and let's see what happens if I put these trees to the left. So right here. And to make this work, the only thing that I would have to do is to make the player reference. Oh no, I think I don't need to change the player reference. Let's just see what happens if I need to put the player reference to this position or not. I'm not sure right now. Yeah, it immediately works. It just works. This is the good thing about this. But I'm still not sure if the setting up this with points is such a good idea. Okay, that was loud. Okay, so what's next? I think I can move back the trees to their original position, and what I want to do now is to get rid of all the bushes. These are nice little bushes, but as I said, I want them to be in separate layers now. So I can do this quite easily. So this will be layer 3 now instead of 2. Now it's a little bit annoying because the layers here don't really make a difference. Don't really tell you where to put them. So maybe I should think about the naming convention here, because layer 3 does not tell me where their sorting order is, so maybe I should just write trees sorting order 0 plus. It's a little bit, that's a weird name though, but I can work with it, so it's not bad. Yes. And this one is, I think it was 10 plus. So I just need to know the sorting order, because now I know if I want bushes in between those, they're on side sorting order 5. If I want them to be behind them, it needs to be lower than 0. Yeah. Maybe that's a better naming convention here. So sorting order, let's shorten that to SO 0 plus. Still looks very, very weird. Okay. SO, maybe with an underscore. I can't unfortunately I can't put the 0 next to SO, because it will look a little bit like so instead of SO0. So underscore. You see, I'm still a programmer. My hardest task is still just naming my objects. Yeah, I think this is maybe the best way. SO0 plus tweez 01. That's something that everybody will understand. So sorting order is just something that I'm going to set here, and 10 is going to be in front, 0 is behind that, minus 10 is behind that, minus 20 is behind that. That's how we set them up. Oh, it's also not the sorting layer. I have to rename them again. It's the order in the layer. So it would be O order I in layer oil. Okay. Order in layer oil 10. Oh man. Okay, I got an idea. Let's instead of writing 0 plus, let's put them in brackets.
How many parallax layers do you intend to use, if you don't mind me asking?
Hi. I use 6 layers in the background. You can kind of see them right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then there's the sky. The clouds are not parallax moving, they are fixed. And then you have, of course, the fixed sky. The moon is also not going to move. So the real layers that are moving are 6 plus the moon, clouds, and sky. And then we have then I'm experimenting right now. And I don't have I would say I have to pass this question if it comes to the trees right now. So with the background, 6. The real background. With assets that I put dynamically in each environment, I don't know yet. I'm trying to find out what looks good and what doesn't. So, but I think most of the people would say around 6. But I don't think it's a fixed value. Sometimes if you don't have enough assets to put into your environment and you're going to have a lot of levels, with my team size, it can happen that I don't have enough objects to put into the environment. Then I will probably just use 2 layers. But I think it should always be 2 in the background. And the next thing I also have not experimented with this is how many layers do I put in the foreground. So these trees here are currently in the background. But if let me just copy this. I could delete all the trees in here. And let's just say this is going to be in the foreground. Now with this brush that I made, I can pick this. I need to give it another name so I know where I'm drawing in. Let's call this just foreground. Foreground test. And in the foreground, I intend to use 1 or 2 layers maximum. And I also have to find out which kind of objects look nice in the foreground. If I put in trees right now, I think the foreground is sorting layer 5. I need to make them really big though, so I need to, here's the min and maximum scale that I can set, and it's going to determine, it's going to pick a random values between the 2 values that I set up here. So let's put them to 2 and 2.5. Might be a little bit too small though. Okay, I also have to make sure I use their proportions. I think that this is still too small. Let's put this to 5 and 6. That's too big. 3 and 4. That's maybe okay. I can just draw them in here. Like 3 trees here. And what I intend to do is to change the color. So change the trunk here. Give it a lot of alpha. Get this really, really black. And I want them to move really slow. Slower than the other layers. So put these together even more. Now hit play. Let's see what happens. So as I said, I've finished essentially to use my functions to set up my brushes and functions. Now I'm trying to find which values are actually good. With this setting, I don't think it looks too good.
Alex, is there a reason why you're using sorting layers instead of just hierarchy sorting?
Yes, kinda. So yeah, absolutely. So hierarchy sorting would be you're sorting them inside of this hierarchy, and normally you would do it like this. You make a grid, and you assign the sorting layer here. This is how you normally do it with tile maps. And in hierarchy sorting, you have to sort them right here. You put them in front to back. I think is this hierarchy sorting that you mean? Because with the sorting layers, you can just on the fly say I want this bush to be in front of the tree or behind him, and you don't have to sort them here. You just have to read the numbers where they're on. And the other thing is I don't have hierarchy sorting for the grounds because they are not canvas objects. Canvas objects are in Unity sorted with hierarchy sorting, but these here they are transforms. They are actual game objects, and I don't intend them to be canvas objects, which are going to be, and canvas objects are normally sorted by hierarchy if you don't wish to do so. And another thing is I just didn't think about it ever. Yeah, I didn't think of it. It's also something, maybe a good idea. It's a little bit too late for that though. So the good thing about hierarchy sorting is I could just then say these ones are on top. Yeah, that would be a nice idea. However, there would be a drawback. I wouldn't see if I would put these in the foreground, these in the background. These are completely different sorting orders. And I only would like to use hierarchy for their order in their layer, not their sorting order. So yeah, a very complicated question.
Alex, I was thinking along the lines of parent game object for each parallax layer.
Well, to be honest, I've been setting up the brushes, and when I was setting up the brushes, I never had had in mind how I'm going to sort them. I knew that I'm going to test these layers and test the functions, but back then I didn't have any idea how I'm going to sort these. Yeah, I think that's the best straightforward answer I can give right now. If I wanted to sort them, I could just write a function. Maybe it would be nice to have this to be an editor function, so you don't have to play the game, and that sorts these automatically. If this is above this one, then edit their sorting layers, so it's okay. But I can also see a lot of problems while programming this. This would be really tedious to make it sort the right way. I don't, but I also don't want to say it wouldn't work. That's not what I want to say here. So I'm kind of neutral to that. It just happened that the brushes that I did set up here don't allow me to do that. What do you want? And another thing that I see is if I want to put something in the foreground and I want to make them transparent, I also don't have any good options right there, because this could come in handy. Now let me see if I can do this with the time map though. No, the time map is not going to overlap. Maybe I could do it with the material. Or can I? No. Fortunately not. So I hope maybe with the material that the material is going to apply on each of these leaves here. It's going to override their color values, but unfortunately I can't do that. But that would be better than normally what you would do here is they have leaves, for example, and then you make the leaves transparent. This has drawbacks, and the drawbacks of this is the drawbacks are if I do this with this object here, let's do this. Now let's look at the tree. And you can kind of see that there's multiple layers of leaves here that I just tried to fade them out. It would be nice to have a function, to have the possibility from Unity to make this in one object, and that does not show how they are overlapping. Is there something like that? Let's take a look at Google. Let's Google that. Unity's override multiple sprite renderers. Okay, that's not what I want. This also doesn't seem good. No, it's not going to work. Let me take a look at the character. So he uses a sprite library, but unfortunately it seems to be that I don't have any functions provided by Unity to make, for example, the character, just the whole character transparent as one sprite.
Alex,
That would be nice.
You might have to write a shader for that.
Well, the shader that I just tried out should actually do that. I know it works with tile maps. So if I put, for example, one material here in my tile map, I can make this tile map bloom as a whole. I can make it move like the leaves. Like here. Now it's going to move. It looks very clunky though. Yeah. Set this back to default. So it works very well with default.
Alex,
Default.
do you want the front foliage to hide foliage behind it while they're both transparent, or do you want the colors to not add up? I would want to want the font foliage to hide the font foliage, like the same thing that you have with these normal trees. They also cover up the foliage in the back. So I'm not quite sure what you're trying to imply with the shader, how you would like to do this. You could try to edit the mode like multiplication or addition, but I don't see that this is going to work immediately. But let's just experiment a little bit. If I put in a sprite window here, I don't have a sprite. No, it's not going to give its values to its children. So the leaves right now are using a shader. Let's remove the shader for a second. And just use the default one. So now you see the leaves aren't moving anymore. Let me see what happens if I now give them the leaves shader in their parent. No, they're not moving. So this is not how you could do this. Basically, I want them to be just one object like this, and then if I decrease their alpha, to have them both disappear. Since they are different game objects, I'm a little bit stuck with ideas right here. You could make a shader, but even then, what would you do to their color matrix to put them together and then influence that? That would be very complicated. Also, I might it might be better to look at some other games and see how they are doing the objects in the front right here, because I feel like I'm a little bit stuck right now with the direction I want to go in. So let's just Google 2D platformer. Parallax foreground. Just use some see for some. Try to see some pictures. So what most of the people do is just put them underneath the camera and blur them a little bit. Okay, I've seen this a lot of times. It's a very safe way to do this. Easier way would to be to hide foreground object only when the player is behind them with a mask or something. Yeah, I also thought about that. I'm not too convinced that this is a good idea. It wouldn't be easy, wouldn't be hard. You just would use the geometry of the object and say if you detect the player, set a trigger, fade out, and if the player is outside, fade in. And I'm not too convinced that this is a good idea for the game design, because if you make the object fade in, fade out very fast, it kind of is distracting from the main gameplay. So I'm not too sure. I think it's better like this, just to have the objects that you want to put in there, like these stones here. Put them underneath the character. I've experimented with this. Just make bigger stones, put them there, make them big, and then you could put them in the parallax. Way easier to do. You don't have to think too much about it, and it's safe that it's not going to distract. What I'm trying to do here is just for 1 or 2 places in the game where you have forests, and coding this would, what you suggest right now, would at least take a day or 2. Now if I'm lucky, it's only going to be in 4 hours or something, but it's, yeah. On the other side, this was also something that I had as an idea, but I'm not too sure that it's going to work too well. Especially because there's a lot of battle in the game. And if you have battle, you want to have a lot of clarity. You want to always see the attacks that you are going to perform. To see the enemies and their attacks, you have to be sure that everything is clear. And as you can see here in most of the games, if you just click through some of the inspiration here, they're just fine without putting big trees into your foreground. I think the only time that I remember where you have things in your foreground that are moving was from Undertale, when you're the last time that you meet Sans. It depends. Sometimes you want player to be ambushed from behind foreground. Yes. I think it would be nice if it would be a one-time only thing, or 2 times in a forest. But I think it would be annoying if you would have this in a really long level, and it's going to happen again and again, and the player just can't see the enemy. Yeah, that's kind of annoying. But yeah. Before I would go ahead and script this, I'm just testing the things out, what is working and what not. Here we have this. There's some tree in the foreground. You also see that they are not... I haven't seen a single instance here with this tree or with this tree where they completely changed the alpha value of the trees, which is interesting. So the foreground never seems to be changed in its alpha value. And also I think if you wanted to have something be in there, you could maybe draw the outlines of any unit that is behind the trees instead of blending the tree out. Maybe that would be a little bit clearer and more aesthetic. As I said, I'm not too convinced that what I'm doing right there with putting the big tree here and changing its alpha value is going to work. A different thing though. If I just disable their leaves, let's do that. Now I'm basically just left with the tree, and I think that's also acceptable. Make it like this. Now you go through this forest and you see the trees are shifting in your foreground. Now I still have to make that they shift way faster. Programming wouldn't take long. You would have to feed player position to foreground shader, and when this distance is below threshold, reduce fragment alpha. I'm sure if fragment is applicable to 2D. Also, I don't know if it. Yeah. Well, if I would do this in shader graph, I actually didn't want to do shader graph today. But let's open shader graph. Okay, don't know which window it is. Let's just go into a material in shader graph. So this is in 2D. This is how it's looking in 2D. This is a torch, for example, and it's also fragment. Yeah, fragment is correct. And what I would do just take this alpha value, or it's going to be plugged in, and then just create a node and say subtract, for example, 0.5, then clamp it, and it should immediately work. Now if I would plug it in here, see what the preview would seem. You should have a torch with half is its alpha value. Sure, the values here are correct. Okay. I'm not sure if we can see the difference though. And this is definitely doing something. And so what we are doing now is changing the alpha value, and then you would just to have some way to say when do we want to fade this. We could also do this without shader graph, just with the script. You can do it both ways. You can just go to the sprite renderer and change its value with the script. You could make a shader graph with some values here, changes with the script. So yeah, doing this wouldn't be so different. So hard. Also debugging it. The thing is just, do I actually want to do this? Yeah, that's where I'm not too. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Just testing out things. So here's my to-do list. First, make the test level look pretty, and then put them into the maps. And yeah, this is why this is the test level. Testing out the things and trying to make a good impression. So what I would like here is if the trunk would be in front of this stone. I also think they have to move faster than the rest of the forest. So let's make them move really fast this time. Like this. Let's see what this does. Yeah, and that also just works fine. Yeah. Now, if there's no enemies, you could even don't use any alpha and make them completely dark. Let's do that. Let's not use alpha. I also want to draw in more trees. Okay, we don't have too much space for trees though. Oh, I'm in the wrong layer. Oopsie. So there's still some things that I still want to do with this. For example, I want to be able to change the color of each sprite inside of the game object on the fly. I think that this will come in handy. Okay, let's hit play and see what happens. Okay, the first tree is in front of the character. It's not too good. It looks kind of okay. I also changed the background to have the same color as the normal time map, which is not good. I think it's kind of stylish when you go through this forest here and see these trees in front of you. Has something. But I wouldn't like if the tree here, if the whole tree would disappear if the character is behind it. I would more like to see the character in front of the tree, or no, not in front. To see only the character through the tree. What I would want to have. And for that, how would you do that? Trees are not sprites. They're multiple sprites. So the trunk is one sprite, and their leaves are multiple sprites. So you see, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sprites, and then I just put them together and say, okay, now this is a tree. There's sprite mask. White mask, yes. Okay, sprite mask. I use that for, oh god, do I find here? I use sprite masks for the blood effects. And yes, I could use sprite mask for the player in the trees somehow. Yes, that would be easy. Let's just give it a try. Just have to remember how to do this. So, do I have to add the sprite mask to the tree or to the character? Look at the sprite vendor. Not visible under mask. Ah, and then give the player the mask. Okay, that could work. Then go. Okay, let's just go to the side animation here. And I think we can't just mask the player. It's a bit unfortunate. We have to go through every spot of the player now and give it a mask. Just a little bit annoying. Oof. And we have to assign the sprite every time. Oh. Don't remember how to set them up. Just make a new game object, add the sprite components, perhaps. Well, to test, yeah, maybe to test it would be easier to make this. Just make a new game object. That's correct. And a sprite mask. Just use something. Get it over here. And now we need to tell those two objects, the trees and the mask, how they need to interact with each other. So if I put the mask inside here, oh man. I don't know. I feel too stupid for this right now. No, I shouldn't. I'm not too stupid for this. I can do this. It's the range. No, I think it actually should work already. Let's make a sprite render here. It's the same sprite inside. We don't see this because it's on a different sorting layer. Now we should see this game object. That's weird. Okay, we don't see any sprite, no matter what we put inside. Interesting. Scale. Oh yes. I don't know why it put the scale to a ridiculously low value. It still didn't do it. It's also not the Z value. God damn it. So what could it be? Oh, it's on the UI layer. Okay, that explains it. Okay, let's put it here. And you see it's always in front of the tree right now. I think if I disable the white renderer. Yeah, now you can see this. Actually works immediately. Now the next thing that we would want to do is to tell the tree not to completely be invisible. Can we do that? I think yes. I think they can edit each other because I do this with the blood, and they also can add on top of each other. Oh no! They don't add each other up. So I'm not sure if this can work. But let's try. Let's give it a try. So can we make more mask options? No, not really. Interesting. If we would do it like this, and will look a little bit weird because then the player is going. It's just going to look like the player is completely in front of the tree for some reason. Like when I did give this game object this sprite render, then it just looks like the eagle here is always in the front, even though it's in the back. So that's also not a good. Yes. Okay, yeah, that that could actually work. This is also something that I do with the blood. Yes, that's true. So you mean copy them, paste them? I did paste them into different objects. Let's just do it with this trunk here. And then say this one is not going to have any mask interaction, none. And this one will have an alpha value, like this. And if I go and give this eagle here its sprite back, see how it looks? Now you would actually see that. Yeah, that was a really good idea. Thank you very much. Let's create a new task for this. So, okay, let me think for a moment before I rush things. So this can be really useful. The next thing that I want to see if this is going to work with the player. And I also need to make sure, because I have a blood mask. Let me see. There's the splitter mask. Oh no, that's not working right now. Weird. You have a circle spotlight effect around the player when he's behind for icon of objects rather than a cutout of player sprite. But it's a stylistic choice, yes. I would like to say yes, completely right, but to be honest, these are felt values, so there's no single answer, which is also to make the decision making really hard. So sometimes I really say for these kinds of decisions, to make the right decision, you can't do this on the same day you think about it. Sometimes you have to sleep, and the next day you can do it. You have the right feeling for this. And the second thing, that is time. I'm doing this this game solo. I'm a solo dev. Also do the art and everything. For me, it's also a matter of how fast can I do this. If I can do this inside of an hour, I will have less hesitation than if I can do this inside of if I need a week or so. It's not always go. What also is that also is a lot of. It's often causing a lot of problems because it leads to some decisions that could be better if you would not have tried to just save time. So okay, let me play the game for a moment and see how my blood mask is working, because I tried to drag in my blood mask and it wasn't working, and I'm a little bit surprised that we did not see immediately the blood of mask. We have a really weird effect here. Didn't remember setting any kind of mask here. Twisting. But the eagle, it looks fine. So let me. So the blood here is also working with the mask. Let me try to get it. Yeah, these are the splatter effects, and they just spawn in a certain amount of them. And there's a lot of control, so it doesn't spawn in too many. It's also a little bit artistic, and it's going. Also, if you have over 200 of these masks, they're going to delete each other. And this basically is a mask that. There's a second layer of this background. And this is the background. It's just tainted red. This is how the mask works. Also a very cheesy, easy way. And I want to see how this is working with the tree. This is the tree that is interacting with the eagle. Is it? No. So this tree. This one. Doesn't seem to interact with it. And this is the correct one. So this also just uses a sprite mask on the effect layer. No, so if in question, you can still make that this layer mask is only affecting the map layer, but I'm a little bit confused right now because this is not affecting the tree, or so it seems. So maybe I'm wrong. It is affecting the tree. Let's get rid of the second trunk. See if this does something. No, okay. So what's the difference between this ground splatter mask The eagle. Here's a mask. Here we can just see how much alpha do we want to cut off. And here we have a ground splatter mask. It also just uses a sprite mask. I have no idea right now why this is not doing anything to the tree. Yeah, it definitely is not doing anything to the tree right here. My guess is hierarchy sorting. Don't know. This one is actually using a vec transform, which is usually used by canvas objects. Oh, there's time above that. No. It's not doing anything. So what we have here is we have this blood tile map. This is the same tile map, just in red. This is how I do the blood, and then I put this just to be visible inside the mask. And here we go. We have an easy method to have blood inside of the game. Now I can put this to the same hierarchy level than our eagle. And you're right. This actually did change it. Hierarchy sorting. Interesting. Interesting. So that would also mean if I put the eagle inside of the ground, it's going to be invisible. Yeah. Now I have to say, I see what happens there, but I don't fully understand it. And that's a little bit scary. Because you always want to fully understand what you're doing. Now, I'm really surprised that this is actually using a vec transform. Oh, no, it uses a sorting group. This is why. No, it's not hierarchy sorting. Now, what I did there is I did apply this sorting group. And this does something. This sorts everything in there to the map layer. So if I put this to hit effects, map, UI. Foreground. No, that's also not it. That's not it. Okay, I don't know if I should just go on and say, okay, I don't care. then put in a mechanic that could go wrong at any time. Yeah, okay. Obviously, I should try to understand and control this much better. So yeah. So I can't just say, okay, let's now apply this to the player. I want at least some kind of control. Now we have in these trunks, we do have. Do we have the trunk with the layer here? It's also not the one. No, in the game object, we do have one more option, and that is also we do see a red outline of the eagle right now. And this is because I think the red outline is because of blood. So we don't want him to interact with the blood layer. So we can give him a custom range and say only interact with the foreground. From minus 999 from 999 to minus 999. Now we can really control it and say, okay, he's only going to work with the tree. So the next question, how would we give him an outline? For this, I really would say shader graph. Absolutely. Then again, the player is but this will be with shader graph, this will be hard since the player is consisting of multiple sprites. Like here's the player, leg 1, leg 2, arm 1, arm 2, and I don't have the tools right now to give them all in one outline. This would require me to do a lot of research. Only for maybe 10 seconds of gameplay. Okay, I do a lot for 10 seconds of gameplay, so that's not an argument. On the other side, yeah, it's not that important right now to have this function, to give him an outline. I would say let's do following. Let's just use this mask and see if it works. And if it doesn't work, then you can still give him an outline. I think that would be a good approach, where you have a cascading time time consumption on how much time you are going to give it this task. So, okay, now how we are going to do this is, well, let's go back. The eagles here, they had a sprite mask. Let's copy this component. And now for the tests, let's just give the player the component. Oh, then we have to give the component to every unit. Oh, but I have a unit folder where every unit is inside. That should not be that difficult. We could still have to decide if we want to do this with each enemy though. So let's first try to do this lazy. I don't expect this to work, but if it works, it would save a lot of time. Let's paste in this component, this sprite mask, and it does something. I'm surprised about that. Oh yeah, it's the sprite mask. Then we have to set up the sprite. Oh. So we can't just put it into the parent object and say, hey, please just use all of these sprites. Can we really not make a sprite group? That would be so nice. Let's see all our options with sprite. Sprite library, sprite marks, renderer, resolver, sprite shade, renderer. What is a sprite shape renderer? Has two materials. Just set them to some material. It doesn't seem to do anything. Interestingly, this has a fill and an edge. Let's see what this does. This is a sprite shape profile. Unfortunately, that is missing in the API. Let's look into the current API, see if it's also missing here. No, it isn't. Okay, that's not what we want. That's not what we want. So with this, you can edit shape, this, and will automatically determine which sprites are going to be displayed there. Let's remove this. It's one more time. Let's see at sprites. Sprite library is not working. I know that. Sprite resolver. What was that? Yeah, this is something used by the sprite library. And they were pretty much out of options. There's a sprite skin inside. Should be a sprite skin inside of these here. Yes. So uses the sprite resolver. They do have a sprite mask. Okay, I'm really surprised that they do have a sprite mask. This one has a sprite mask. I think it's just experimental and I accidentally applied this. That could be annoying. Because the player can have different looks. Like if the player can be female, for example, and then here he just uses a completely different shape. So we can't just put a sprite mask inside of the player and call it a day. Set up the sprite and call it a day. we really do have to code this so it picks up the correct sprite resolver skin. For example, here you can just see here's the different skin here. I think in his sprite library I can set up different categories here. Yeah. So these are all different skins for the player and that he can have. So we would need cutout mask won't work entirely. We're using any kind of sprite sheet animation. Why? Oh, because it's using the whole sprite sheet then. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. So it would actually work with the character. No, it won't. It even won't work with the character. So even if I test this here and find this skin, this sprite here of the arm, just try that. I think this is the arm. Is it this arm? Yeah, I think this is the correct skin for it. And put the player here. Now you can see his arm. Let's remove this mask. You can see his arm, but I think when he starts moving, his arm is not going to move. Let's see what happens. So it's not working with sprite sheet animation, yes, and it's also not going to work with I don't even know with bone-based animation what we have here, because you see the arm is not moving, but it was moving all the time. If you really look close at him, yeah, you can see that the arm is moving. But here the arm is not moving. It is not moving by its rotation, it's using a bone for that. And then just applying all the changes of the bone. So this is never going to work. Except if we make a shader for that. It's only going to work with shader. It's not going to work with mask ever. At least not with this with the options that we have in this kind of mask. So really something that's a little bit sad, because we have a lot of powerful tools here in Unity, but this tool here, that's bullshit. That's kind of weak. That I think that there might be a way to do this with a sprite sheet, because the individual sprite in the sprite sheet here, you can save these as a PNG. They are automatically converted to some single sprites, and I think there might be a way to set them up. But you can't do this with the bone-based animation that we have here. You can see the character here, he uses bones. And when I move his character here, we see how his upper body is twisting. This twisting is not going to be applied by the mask, so this is never going to work. Not as long as the mask is not bending with the character. And let me see. No, there's no option to make the mask move like the character, so we can remove this. So yeah, the best way would really to have some kind of shader for the player or the tree. I think the tree would be better. And then the tree would have to determine which object can be behind it and which ones cannot. And just think about how many options there are. You could maybe say, let's just say, mask everything except for background and map layer. And then it would just become invisible. Don't see but I don't see an easy way to do this right now. How it's going to determine what it is going to do with attacks which have a fading alpha value. There's a lot of things that can go into that. So yeah, I would say let's skip this for now and just say, okay, here we go. Because I want to patch soon. If I put trees in front of the characters, the trees are the only options where the only things that I want to put in front of the camera like this. I would just say it's not worth it to put in that much of an effort, because making this shader could take weeks, except if I do have another easy sheet. Nope, that's why games use shape masks themselves rather than a cutout. Shape mask? I don't Lex and don't I think I don't really understand. Yeah, just a circle, just like I said earlier. Ah. Yeah, a circle around. Do you mind? You mean yeah, some like draw some kind of outlines around the character. Yeah. It's still not that easy, because it sounds easy when you first think of that, but the character here, he has different sprites here, so it would still be hard to find some kind of system that detects all of his sprites and only draws an outline only for the character. This is what would be hard. To just put a circle image into a mask, make it follow the... Ah, you mean... Yeah. It's a good point. No, I understand you. Let's see if I do have this kind of circle. No, not really. But yes, you would essentially... Okay, you would essentially circle fading mask. Yeah. Just like this. I think like this. Or like this. Yep. Like this. Put this to the character. I think this would be better. Make it so that it kind of fits. And so that it is oval. You could just apply this to a separate game object, and then you can instead, because you're going to do this with a lot of objects, and then you're just stretching the game object every time, so it fits your use case. Actually, that's so easy that I think we should try to apply this immediately. Let's see if we can download this image really fast. You can do this in Photoshop in 5 seconds, but it doesn't make a difference. Okay, it's not a form. I think WebP. I don't know if this format is going to work for us. Let's try a different picture. I think it's the same one. Come on, give me a better picture. And I start to regret that I did not open Photoshop immediately. Yeah, this is what I get. Okay, let's just open Adobe Photoshop and make this by ourselves immediately. Or just convert this image. Yeah. So yeah, you're completely right. I guess it's not the first time you do something with inside of gaming. But okay. We cannot open this. Let's just do our own mask. How big should this be at maximum? I don't want to waste too much memory space. Let's go for 500 by 500 and make another one. No, let's make one with 1000 font. 1500 and then just scale it down. I think we can just do this as an effect. Make this black. Oh damn, this is not a circle. Can we make an easy circle? No. We have to do this by ourselves. Then let's put 2 lines into 750 so I do not miss the exact point. This to circle. Now I know when I do this, when I would do this, that the circle is it's actually also the wrong kind of circle. Make this black. No, make this white. Give it full opacity. If I do it like this, then it's going. Is it going to go over the edges? I don't know. So we want the center to be completely white, with a white center, and then at the edge to slowly fade to black. Can control how hard we want it to fade. This, for example. Now, Lexolex, the only question is why you have so much knowledge. You are either working for the gaming industry, or you're just doing a lot of stuff for yourself, or maybe studying gaming. I really have the question right now. What are you doing? Because you came up with the solutions here a little bit too fast for a first timer. Or you can just say, yeah, but I don't want to tell you. Because, yeah, it's your privacy. Okay. Also want to make this into a picture real fast. Put it into a secret folder. And just want to hide my file system. Doesn't really matter though. Because if somebody hacks me, I'm screwed anyway. Oh. I also don't like this track, to be honest. So let's call, how do we call this? Foreground mask would be foreground cutout mask. It would be a nice name. Okay, now I'm going to save this into a JPEG. Don't need this to be a big file. And I'm going to create two other versions of this. One in 1000 times 1000 pixels. And another one in 500 by 500 pixels. Okay, this should be enough. Let's import them. Oh man. I should really take some time someday and resort my folders. I'm doing a lot of resorting, but this is not the day. Today, yeah, I'm going to resort them. Let's give this an empty game object. Call it foreground mask. Put in this mask, this cutout mask. Okay, we did one. I did one mistake. What can I say? The black is alpha. Just like you would have with the normal mask. I don't see the option right now. From grayscale, from grayscale would be what you would normally think that would work. Yeah, I need to apply this. Unfortunately, yeah. Oh, I forgot how crappy these masks are. Yeah. So normally this would be nice. Normally this would be really nice. Now, what you think happened here is that this mask is cut off very weirdly, but you can see in the preview that it actually does recognize the black parts as alpha value. The problem here is that the Unity masks are kind of crappy. It can only it cannot fade. The sprite masks do not fade. And I know this immediately because this was also something that I had with these blood ground effects. Now, if I go ahead and look for the ground splitter mask. Let's put them into the ground. Unfortunately, I still don't see them. I really don't know how this works, that I don't see them. I must have understood someday, but this is not the day. But it's not that important. The important thing is just to understand that the alpha mask of Unity is always going to be absolute. It does not use any sort of alpha, no matter what you set it to be. So I can go, let's try to find the mask again. And this mask, I don't have, let's just experiment. I think I don't have any option to make this fading. And this is render layer mask. No. Can kind of try to Google this, but I think god damn it. We were really close to make a really cheesy easy way. Sprite mask Unity fading. Can we do this? Yeah, so he of Unity Technologies also confirms he it only provides a alpha cutoff. And what this guy is using here is he's using some kind of vignette effect here. And then he says everything here is visible outside its mask, and then he's only using this image here to move it along. It's not going to work for us though, because what he does here is just a one black picture, and wherever this picture is, he's going to move this. Is it? Let me try something out. So if I would use this as a sprite, set it to foreground. Now if this black, now if I would reverse this, have the middle to be alpha, I could kind of cheat this only if the tree is completely black. Then I could kind of cheat it. Yes. If you can follow me, it would be like having this, but the white is the alpha. And you combine the alpha mask together with this image to create the illusion that this is a cutout. So I think for this I would need to reverse the image though, so that the white is the alpha. I think I can't do this with the grayscale though. Let me see the options first. No, this is not going to do anything. Nope. Okay, let's try this one more time. So we get more and more limitations, the more we try to cheat this, but at least we get a solution that is kind of not going to kill us for trying to implement it. Because, yeah, as I said, with every other solution, it's everything that we want to do, in my experience, in my opinion. You can also say in my opinion, is possible. Everything is possible. The only question is, do we want to? So let's do the following. Let's only use black here. And then fade it out in the fade it in the last second. Maybe here. Well, let me definitely delete this. And then I could just make it like this. Create this as a PNG. I have to see how big is this. Okay, make this in 1000 again. Something went wrong. Okay, I have to do this again. Okay, so let's do this again. Save it. Wrong name. This is only going to take a while. And now change its properties. Oh, I forgot to make this smaller. Okay, last one. And now let's see if we can make this work. Now I've made more masks. Let's see if they are correct. With these masks, only the center, they are PNG, and the center is not visible. Let's go to our foreground mask and apply this as a mask. And now we have to find good alpha cutoff, like this one. And now we actually can put this inside of here. Oh, okay, there's still a problem. Yeah, oh no. Yes. Yes and no. And we only want this to be visible inside mask. No, this is so hard. So it's working inside of here. And it's not working outside of here. And we want this only to be visible inside of the tree. So we would need to make this only be visible inside of the tree mask. But since the tree is moving with the wind, we need to stop the tree from moving and use another shader for the tree. So let's... Oh, come on, come on. This is really unfortunate that... To make this solution work, you will have to make a mask on every tree as well, so the whole image only appears when the player is walking past the tree. Yeah, that's correct. One of the problems with that is, I also thought about that. How do we do this? If we would need to set this to have a custom range, for example, maybe foreground. And then to use its own sprite renderer and say visible only inside of the mask. And put it to the foreground. No, visible outside? No, visible inside. What? Oh dear, there's still more problems, yeah. Now the sprite itself. No, okay, this should be visible inside mask and use the layer of the tree. Let's put this to 1000. Okay. And the tree is then going to have a mask. Which one is it? It's this one. Okay, this is the tree. This tree trunk is going to also have a mask with a custom range of foreground and just 1000. Is it going to work? No. We have to assign it its the sprite here. Copy, paste. Okay. Let's put this to 1002. 1000, 1002. I don't know what it's including and excluding right now. And just put this to 1001. Now it seems to work. Except that the tree is moving with the wind, just as I said. And we would need to change the shader of this tree in the front to not move the tree. And then we are finished. So this has to be completely black. Or we would need, yeah, this has to be simply one color. Or we would need to come up with different masks in different colors and color the whole thing. It's going to be complicated if we don't make this completely black. There's things to do it, but it's better to make this completely black. And this is going to use this sprite lit shader. Now you see that the trunk is not moving anymore. And now if we move this through the tree, now it's going to work. Okay, now the player, we want this to have a different scale though. We want this to be kind of this, to have this kind of shape. So not to be a perfect circle. Maybe a little bit more circular. And now if I hit play, we should just see the player move behind the tree. And we have full control how much we want to show. We could change the mask so that the player is not completely visible. Yeah. So it's possible. We just have to make a lot of compromises. But yeah, we can do this. So let me read your messages, next messages. Sorry that I only read that one. I also had the same idea. At this point, shader is a lot easier. Send player object position into the tree shader and calculate distance and reduce alpha when player is closer. I'm not sure if this... No, okay, it's not easier for me. Let's just put it like this. For me that would be hard. So if I go into the shader graph, the thing is I don't know what kind of object we want to apply this to. We want to not only do this with the player, but also with enemies, for example, or with the attacks. And with this, it would be kind of hard. No, I don't really know how to do this at this moment. At least I don't think it's going to be easy. Now we could script it. I don't think it's going to be easy to make this for each different type of object without dragging them in. You would really need to customly make a custom script for that. This is not going to work with some of the nodes that I know. I don't think there's a node that I know that can do this. Yeah, there should be. You would have to custom script a node, which is of course possible. Then you could calculate the distance. You also would have to make sure that you have enough let's say vertices, for example, that are close to the player, and then fade them out, which is also not easy to do in shader graph, to make it fade, kind of fading, because fading effects, at least when I tried to do them, were very time consuming. You would have to set float property of a shader graph update. You mean for the whole tree? No, I mean, yeah, for the whole tree, yeah, of course. For the whole tree, it wouldn't be that hard. Yes. What I was thinking about was like having some kind of cutout. So, okay, I was thinking of it too complicated there. So if I look at this tree trunk here, okay, I've locked the inspector. In the sprite editor, okay, I'm in play mode. This is why I can't edit. So this is a geometry, and each of these vertices, you could calculate the vertex distance to the player, and then say, okay, fade out at this point to this point, and you would have to create more vertices inside of the trunk. For example, if I would subdivide this, I think it's going to do this immediately. Like this. Now I have more vertices. Now I'm not sure if this, I'm not going to save this, so let's just ignore that I wouldn't use those, and then calculate how much the player is away from each vertex. But this is going to be very time consuming if you want to program this. And also you would have to find a way how to fade from this vertex, which is going to where the player is, to this vertex where there's no player, and then fade in between those two. Yeah, that's going to be quite annoying. Well, let's discard these changes. No, you're not wrong. I said I was having a different thought and was explaining my thought and why I was thinking like, okay, this is way too complicated, because this would really be a coding night at least, and I don't know how risky this is, because this could if something goes wrong, this could really take more than a day of coding. So yeah, really a hard thing to do. And if I would work at the project only and be if I would only do the coding, then I could try to do something like this and find a solution. But I have to get going. So yeah. Okay, now we found a solution for the trees. It's not the best solution, but it's there. Let's just say it's there. Now I have to make a plan. So if I wanted to place these trees here. Now the first thing that I wanted to that I had in my head was let's maybe make an option here in the tree brush and say have just a boolean, and if you check it, it says foreground trees, and then they are set up to be black, to have a mask on them. But to be honest, we can just make a new brush for that. It will be just as easy, and there's no risk involved. So let's make a new brush. So with this, we have this tree brush here. I'm going to open my IDE right now, and want to just go into this folder. These are all the brushes. Most of them, nearly every script of them is completely empty and has only the function inherit from the base random game object random game object brush that I have set up. And they just inherit their functions and everything so that I can have multiple of those here inside of the inspector. Actually could put them also in one class only and just say here, make more brushes, inherit the script. Yeah, but it makes no difference, to be honest. It's just a way to sort them. So let's make 3 foreground. Come on, not now. I was typing. And now you're compiling scripts. Thank you. Okay. T for G. No. Foreground brush. And this is going to be our new brush. I think it might not have initialized correctly. Now you see these are the brush scripts. These are the brush scripts. And they basically don't do anything. They just say inherit your function from the base brush, which is a custom brush that I've set up. I used some kind of template for that, but aside from that, these are pretty much custom-made brushes that we are using here. So let's go in and we just have to replace the name here, and then it should immediately work. Okay, now my IDE is still setting itself up, starting the code analysis. I don't make 2D project, but in 3D, if you just lerp alpha in shader graph based on some value like distance, it will make a neat fading circle for transparent objects. Yeah. I believe that's possible. Yeah. The only thing would still be to make sure that we know which kind of objects we want to detect, because I would not start this without thinking how can we make this very generic. If it's not generic, forget it. Because I know for 100% for sure that the day will then come where I want to change things inside of it, where I want to make this more custom, and then it's going to take a lot of time if I make this very easy at the start and only take into account the player. So you would have to scan for multiple distances. As I said, I think it's possible, but it will be very time consuming. It will be very time consuming, definitely. And what we have worked here, it just works. Just like Skyrim, it just works. It could also be that every enemy, for example, has an enemy stat script. I could just change maybe one function in there that it automatically assigns itself to a game object array inside of shader graph. Yeah, but you will have to custom script shader graph, and I haven't done that so far, so high risk. It's just a high risk for me right now to do that. So I will keep going with this. Now what I did here, I was setting up a new tree brush. Oh, it still calls itself tree brush though, that's not correct. So this is the name that will be visible inside of the inspector. And now we can try to see, try to set up this new tree brush. So what I want to do with this brush is, should have the same cells as the normal tree brush, which has these 8 trees inside. And these are prefabs. And we can now make just 2 folders, normal trees, normal, and one for foreground. Okay. And what I want to do is, I want to create prefab variants of each of them. Put the normal trees inside the normal folder. And the foreground trees into the foreground folder. Now what I'm going to do is with each of them, and this could be even faster if I would have set up some kind of template for the trees, but it's not that hard to do. I want to make the color black and disable the leaves. That's all I want to do. That's all I want to do. And after that, we will, oh no, it's not all I want to do. Still have to give them the mask. So where's the mask? Come on, give me the tree. There's the tree. This is the mask. And we are going to add it to the trunk. Oh, also, this needs to be the default sprite lit, so it doesn't move in the wind. So yeah, okay, saying I just want to do a little change is maybe a little bit of an understatement. A bit of an understatement. So today I just wanted to take my brush and finally paint something. Of course, it didn't go this way. But that's kind of how every stream of me goes. I always am like, hey, let's do something. It will be really fast and easy, and then we can finally produce a game. And then it goes like, hey, let's experiment, and it's going to take the whole time. Nonetheless, today I really want to take the rest of the time and make the test level look as good as possible. be honest, today is kind of sad because I haven't done so many compromises in a single stream since a lot of time, to be honest. And I really think that Unity should kind of rework how they are doing their sprite mask. I don't think this system works. I also said it would be easier if I would have made one template for all the trees. Actually, that's also not true, because I still would have to reset all the materials. So I wouldn't be able to save much of the work that I do right now. Yeah, let's see. Okay, I think I've set them all up. Let's remove these trees here and draw in new ones. And then the player should be visible in behind each of them. Now, unfortunately, Unity did not update the name of this tree brush. It should be tree foreground brush. And I think the only way to make Unity and acknowledge that is to restart. Maybe we can close this tab and open it again, because it has to update the name of this brush there. No, this has a null exception. But it's nothing that is has something to do with us. And this is some kind of Unity error. Maybe have to clean that up later. A little bit scary. Okay, now. That's weird. Should immediately update itself so that we see the trees in the cells. Oh yeah, I guess that's a problem. Needs to use the base class as a type for the editor. Okay, now it should go and work. I looked it up, and people were asking for fighting mask back in 2014. It's safe to assume that's it. It's not happening. Yeah, I also don't think it's happening anytime soon. Okay, now this tree brush seems to work, but it still is using the wrong name. It should be tree foreground brush. Just kind of scary to use it with the wrong name, because it means that Unity might set itself up with the wrong setup next time in the brushes. And but we can just accept for now. I've also as I said, I used the mask also for the blood effect. For the blood effect, it kind of works. because and just use very small effects then. But if you make the blood splatter bigger, you can kind of see that it's a cutout. And I'm just really lucky that it works with blood. But with a lot of other effects, it would not work as well as it does with the blood effect, to be honest. So now we can spawn in those trees. And say here, override the sorting layer, put it to the foreground, and just want to make sure they are really, really far in the front. Put them in here. Like this. Now in the game I would make sure it randomly also selects one of them. But we don't see the player interacting with their mask correctly, so I've done something wrong. Also did paint on the wrong layer. Something is wrong about these. I have to find out what. So let's select this tree, look at the trunk. We have the sprite mask. It's in the foreground. Look at the player. What is different? Oh yeah, we haven't set this to be visible outside mask. Okay. But doing this here is not going to do anything. It's not going to work like we intend to. We have to do this in the prefab. So, because I don't want to do this every time I spawn in a trunk, of course. I want to do this in the prefab, of course. So now every time we draw in one of those trees, it should magically just work and look beautiful. At least that's what we hope for. And of course, it's not going to just work, but you can dream. Just like people dream of having the mask work. So we first see. Yeah. Now we are always visible behind the mask. We could also change this cutout a little bit so we are not completely visible. So now the center of this is 100 alpha value. And we could make it so, for example, that create a new layer, just a black layer here. And then set this layer to have opacity 50%. And this would make it so that we would not be completely completely in normal colors behind this tree. It would be nice. I think we also have to check why this platform here is using a mask, which is weird. I just think the platform uses a mask for some reason. Let's see. Really weird mask, in my opinion. Because we see this weird behavior. Now, in the game later, there's no point that I intend to have these platforms behind the trees. But nonetheless, let's see what's happening here. Trying to understand this. And I have no idea. Is it even this platform? No, it isn't. Yeah, okay. Then what is it? Let's search for mask. Oh, there's a splitter mask. Yeah, that explains it. I think I inserted this one time for testing reasons. Yeah, I inserted this to test blood splitters. Yeah. Let me think for a second. I think we need to do this like we need to make it look like this. I'm not sure. Let's save this variant here. I think it would be even easier if we would just make this whole thing black. For artistic reasons. And let's make a new game object here. Transparency. Give it a sprite renderer. This should be, yeah, also put it to be here. Oh. It's weird. And it needs to have the same scale. No. Oh, it still has 500 by 500. Okay, so. God damn it. It has different dimensions. That's the problem here. So let's change it to use 1500, like what we are using right now. Overwrite the old one, and you can also just overwrite this one. So I'm going to overwrite it now. Now it should have the correct size. Okay. If I put the scale to 1:1, it will inherit the scale of this foreground mask. And now we can just change its alpha value and say mask interaction visible inside of the mask. needs to be foreground 1001. Yeah. And now we can put the player anywhere, and we can still adjust how much darkness we have. Now, if we see here, we still see the outline of the tree, which is nice. We can, if we don't like this setting, we can change it on the fly here in the editor. And also make this. Oh no, we cannot make it red because it's not adding. It's, I think it's multiplication or something. Yeah, we can just change the color value. But so normally you could also make this a white picture, white image, and then you could color it. But on the other side, there's no use for that. There's no use for coloring the layer. Yeah. So we now have an easy option for cutouts. That's generic enough. The only thing that we need to be careful of is it cannot move. The object cannot move. Okay. Yay. And I'm starting to think of all the work that we have to do now just to make this work. So what we can do now is, it wouldn't be only, it would not only be useful to have this for the trees. We have a lot of objects that we can put in the front, like, for example, there's rocks. And rocks, they're cool. We like rocks. But rocks, I like rocks, for example. But if I put a rock in front of the camera right here, let's just put one into the foreground. Just a random one. Now the player can be behind this. And normally I wouldn't bother. I would just say, so my first thought was, let's never make the foreground options higher than your knee. So you would always have control, have visibility. And in most cases, I still think this is the best option, to not have the rocks to be too much in front of the player. But with the mask that we now have at least the option to put anything in front of the character and put it in a mask. Just because we can. So, where's this rock now? There it is. So all that we would need to do with this is to use the same setting as with this tree. No, that's the wrong one. With this tree here. I have a mask and this white render. And we can do this with a script inside of the base brush. We can just add a toggle, and if you toggle this on, it will make that the object is using our mask setting for foreground objects, and if you don't toggle this on, it won't. However, yeah, I forgot something. I forgot one thing about this. This is only going with completely black objects. Yeah, so forget it. No way, no. We can't make it work. can be any color I feel. Yeah, if the rock is whitish, you can make it white. Also, but I don't think it's a good idea, to be honest. I think we will if I also have, for example, black rocks. Now if I put in these black rocks, copy this mask, and just put it inside of here. Say this is only visible outside the mask. And put the layer in front. You immediately see this edge where the mask is starting. And if you're not using a completely an object that only completely uses one stale color, you cannot match it, because even if I would try to copy the random noise on this stone here, once you move the character on it, the illusion would be gone. So maybe you could then add with the shader graph, add the original rock texture on top. Yeah, with add, just add the color of the rock to this white mask. But yeah, that's going to be hard. If the rock is whitish, you can make the mask white. You have to make edge blurry as well, like blurring. We can't do that. Can we? Yeah, we can make yeah, you're right. We can make this edge blurry. But this is, I think this is going out of control very quickly. So you would need to automatically detect what kind of object you're in front in and use a different mask, because I think if this would just be a ring, so you would not see this edge right here. So having this, but just like this. Yeah, just a wing. It could kind of work with this black rock. Would still be hard with the white one, because then you would need to change the color, the color of the mask automatically. So it's really, it's not impossible. It's not impossible though. Often foreground options are very blurry and dark in color, so very little color matching needs to be made. They're out of focus. Yes. So normally if you don't do foreground objects in general, you also don't use sprites that are like these tree trunks. The tree trunks are actually a little bit too sharp for your normal settings. You want your you want them to be out of focus and out of the camera and to be dark for the mask. You wouldn't want them to be completely dark to have the artistic choice, but with our current setup here, no. You couldn't have them have some kind of shade. Just the biggest downside and biggest oof of today. So what I want to try now is just make a wing. I think this is something that I just want to see how it would look like. For this I'm going to make a new image. And this image is going to be all black. But it's going to be a wing. In the end, I want this to be 0. Okay, want to change something in here real quick. I want to have some kind of zone where I can determine to fade in and out. This is where the alpha value would be, where the cutout would be. And if I have a bigger zone, it might be easier to do that. So like this. Okay, now I want to see if this is okay, we can't see if it's touching the borders though. I think it's not completely the edge here, so let's redo this. Just be more careful. Okay. Okay, I'm going to save it. Let's drag in a circle. And if I put the circle inside of here, it's using the circle. And let's see what happens if I now change this tree to be not completely black. Okay, yeah, there's... And I also have to do this with the inner circle. Disable it for now. Ah, there we go. Here we go. Now I can try to match. Ah, okay. I have to do this a little more with a smaller edge. But then we could just have an outline where the character is. So let's do this. Okay, so I was wrong here with I was doing this gradient. Let's make a new gradient. Let's delete this one. Make this sharper. So we don't have a big area where we try to match our cutout. It's a little bit unfortunate that I can't see if we hit the edge here. So let's inverse this for a moment. Okay, now I can, because now I can see if I did hit the edge for a second. Okay, looks quite okay. I'm not sure if this thickness is too thick because it looks much thinner than it actually is. And the second thing that you want to do here is to only get the inner circle of this one, then just extend it further and further. Until you hit the edge. And like this. Now this is not really a circle anymore, so I might be better off with just the circle instead of trying to just do it with this circle. Oh, come on. Put this to the middle. Okay, now let's overwrite our circles in here. Okay. And now can try to use our new mask here. Oh, it automatically uses it. Still is a really strong outline. You can now say only fade this inside. This kind of is a better solution than we previously had, because now we can actually have the tree have some kind of color. And I still did a mistake. I did not use white circles, which we can then color. Yeah, that would also be nice. Yeah. It would also be nice if we would use black circles, but add them Let me just try something stupid. I will regret it anyway. Let's create one of these universal rendering pipeline shaders. I don't think it's going to work anyway, but let's just try it. So this is just a test shader. This is a shader graph. No, I don't want a shader graph right now. Material. Test material. Universal rendering pipeline. Just a lit sprite. No, unlit. Unlit sprite. Say this is transparent. And use it for this foreground mask. Where's the test shader? There. I want to see what happens if I put this to additive. Ah, damn it. I hope that it would then add the tree to the black outline. Yeah, it did actually do that. Yeah, it actually did that. But seems to do nothing. But it's just adding the tree on top of the black. Yeah, that's all that happens. I hope that I can kind of color it in some kind of fade. But since we are using the mask behind it, the mask is always to cut it out immediately. So this is not going to work as a material. So we can forget this material. It's not going to work. Put in the normal material, just a white lit material, the standard one. Just had an idea how we could improve upon this. Yeah. So nonetheless, this should at least give us some flexibility here. Because if you just have a black outline, you can decrease the thickness of the outline a little bit more. Like this. Now I think the outline is a little bit too big. It's also not interacting with the environment correctly. Oh, it's because I gave this stone this mask interaction. That's okay. It looks a little bit weird though. Especially because I made the outline too thick. But that's not too problematic, I think. Oh, this is interesting. Hello. To be honest, I think it looks better behind this tree. Okay, so I will say I will make now a plan, and the plan is following. I will stop experimenting with this mask interaction now and say we are finished, because we actually want to start drawing soon. And I think this we found, at least also thanks to you, Lexolex, a very good solution for the game. It's easy to implement, and I don't see a lot of room for bugs. Yeah, it's easy, and if we find an object that does not use the mask, it's easy to fix. If you ever have a problem with this, so it's a very solid system. It's not time consuming. And the drawbacks are not too bad if we just try to make this right. So I'm going to make this outline here way sharper now. So as I said, the thickness of the outline here is conceiving us. It's not as thin as it looks. So let's make this one more time. This is positions. Let's make this to position 80, 0 opacity, and 70. I think we can make them a little bit higher. Okay, now we have this outline. It should be much sharper now. We can just increase the size of the inner circle here. And save this as the outer circle, the inner circle, and the outlines. Okay, I'll write these files here. Now we can see that the outline looks a little bit thinner. We have to match the alpha mask though, because it's not matching it. Yeah, like this. Okay, let's see how it looks. And we just have this thin outline, and you can see the character behind this. Let's decrease the transparency then. And see if this is now more generic. Not so convinced with the art style. So it looks more like there's an outline around us, but artistically speaking, it's not looking too good. I think we have to fade this inside. So still one more thing to do here is to remove this value and this value. This will make it move, will fade it inside much more quickly. Like this. Okay, is this circle still fitting inside? Yes, I think so. Okay, let's use this circle then. Oh, it's completely fading. We don't need as much transparency in this. And let's see if this is more artistically pleasing. Yeah, I think this is artistically just way more pleasing than what we had before. Because it's always going to be black. It's and it's fading. It's kind of a little bit more generic. I still think foreground objects should never be in a bright color though. It's not going to look too well. Let's try this out with the other two stones and see how it's looking with the completely gray stone. Accidentally copied the wrong component. Let me do that again. Okay, now we need to put in the correct sprite. I think they're in the wrong layer. Maybe they're in the wrong layer. This should then fix it. Oh, they have to be set visible outside mask. And then it should work. So here's the second walk. And just works. Now the gray walk. Fortunately, it's behind this tree. So I think it looks a little bit weird if you are standing next to the rock here. It's a little bit more pleasing just with completely black trees. So we also could try to make another rock layer with the white rock. I think it would kind of look weird, but let's try this. Okay, let's put the player behind the gray rock. Just right here. For color, you will probably want to make a wing fade both ways, inside and outside, so it somewhat blends with texture. Yeah, I did that before. I tried that before, but I didn't like it, to be honest. Yeah, just cannot say the. I cannot answer that logically. Just right now. I thought it would work, but it just looked too much just like a ring. Cannot really explain what looked off about that. It was just too obvious that it's a ring. Just like here, where it's obvious that it's just a mask. It was obvious that it's just a ring that we are fading in and out. So, yeah, unfortunately, that just didn't work out. So behind this rock, I can try to do the thing that we did with the tree. Copy this component inside this sprite. And say none. Okay, now we can fade this. We just cannot hide what we are doing. And then if we select the player right here, could maybe decrease the alpha value. These effects. See. Let's see how it looks behind this rock now. And this is just a weird mixture of trying to make this look somehow convenient. Yeah, it kind of works. No, it doesn't work with the trees anymore. So, yeah. Now here, at this position, it kind of works, but no, it's bad with the black objects. This looks like, damn it. The core problem with having it fade to the outside is that it just increases the core thickness of this line. So I tried this out, and I think this line should not look too thick. This is one of the problems right here. So I want to decrease its size a little bit to just fit the character. And then we have to kind of try to make this the darkest part of the outline to be as small as possible. Okay, so let's try to mix more in. So to at least try to.
get a little bit more of thickness outside. Maybe we can at least try to. Let's get this to... Let's edit this gradient. This is going to 30% immediately. Opacity. I wanted to put it in here. And I should stop pressing enter every time I do something. Okay. We have to... We're just trying out. Different little circles. Okay. Let's override our settings and see if this looks better. I'm maybe doing this a little bit stupid because I'm overriding the old ones every time. Let's see if this is more generic. Now this fades more to the outside, but you don't really see that. Unfortunately. Okay, also the mask is not matching its size completely. So let's put the player behind the tree here and correct the size alpha cutoff. Okay, and let's test again. Now this should look great. And now it doesn't look as good behind the stone. It's kind of okay behind the trees. Okay, so I think this is kind of the worst of both worlds. Let's increase the mask behind him and the character. See what that does. And that's kind of okay. I still think it should fade inside more. Now for the outside, I think this is as good as we can get for the outside. It's not going to get much better.
It generally looks better with dark objects, so dark objects I generally don't have any problem. Okay, so let's try to improve this gradient one last time. Just without knowing if this will be the last time. So I want to let it fall off very fast first, but I think I was overdoing it. No. Huh. It sort of works because your stone object already have a black outline. Yeah, that was also my thought. It's just that you now need to just find the right value. If the outline is too thick here, and it's really hard to determine inside of this preview because of the alpha value is displayed, then you can kind of match your art style. So I'm a little bit lucky that we have an outline here. Else then this whole approach wouldn't work. So I'm going to make this a PNG, new circle, and I think this will be the one. As I always say, this will be the one. Let's see. Okay, and I think we need to increase the size again, just a little bit. Let's put the player in different positions. Yeah. Okay, let's play. I'm not sure. Still not convinced. I think it's maybe one of those triangles with ABC, and you can only hit two of the edges. Like, have it look good with dark objects, have it look good in bright objects, and have a sharp outline. And it kind of having a sharp outline and having it look in the dark objects, it contradicts itself, unfortunately. Okay, let me put this stone a little bit more to the side, because I'm a little bit annoyed right now. Okay, let's put it there and test again. Because I really want to see how the character looks only behind the stone without the tree. So here we go. And I don't know. It was better with an outline here with the stone. Better in the dark object with the fade. Can still try to decrease the this transparency here. See how that looks. Kind of looks like an X-ray, to be honest. It looks so good in this when you're just behind a tree. And then you go to this rock and it just doesn't work. And with the dark box, it works. I think with this dark box, it works. With this one, it's kind of okay. With the dark box, it's not okay. So I would say the best solution to this would be, I don't know actually. I think the best solution. Can you make a dither gradient in Photoshop? Fake fade with opaque dots? Then you would need only one mask. Dither gradient. Look that up. Dither gradient. You mean like this? I'm a little bit confused right now. Like this one. Okay. Then you would only need... Yeah. Okay, I get it. I get it. I don't know. Can I do that? What the hell is that? Let me try that out. It's kind of... Maybe this would work if we would... No, you could try to play around with the dither values. I think we would need to increase the total size of the PNG, but let's just see what happens if you use this as a dither mask. Let's just try it out. Yeah, dotted gradient, no. You don't need the wing with dither, just circle mask. Wait. So this circle mask. Don't get it. Yeah. Mask. No, that's not it. Circle mask. Oh yeah, you don't need the ring with dither. Now I understand. Yeah, you mean this mask, just with the dither. Yeah. Okay. Now I get it. Yes, you're right. You're right. So I can just edit this gradient real quick. Like this. Yeah, okay. Now, yeah, I forgot about that. Let's try that out. Okay. Oh, that's the wrong folder. Okay, let's put this inside. And this is the dithering mask, and we want to apply this to the character. Reversed though. Yeah, I need to reverse this mask. So yeah, best way would be to do this again here and just reverse this inside of Adobe. Not sure if this is going to work, but it's worth a try. Let's just try this. So it immediately seems to. Let's disable this sprite renderer. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work very well. And we could try to play around with renderer values. And we could also make the picture a little bit bigger. Too little opacity. I don't think so. You have to see, this is 100%. I'm not quite sure. This is 100% of the size. And it looks a little bit brighter than it actually is. Because of the transparency. Now we could actually duplicate this. No, duplicating this is not going to do anything though. Because it's dithering, yeah. Duplicating is not going to do anything. We would need to make a new layer here. I'm not sure what is going to happen. And it barely adds up. I don't know how many times you would need to do this to make this fitting more. Duplicate and rotate. Yeah, okay, duplicate and rotate can also work. So duplicate, rotate this around. And we can try out to be more and more lazy with this. Okay. Oh, no, rotation doesn't work. You see? Now some of the values here, Adobe guessed them. So rotation, maybe if we rotate this by 180 degrees. Now you could also filter out that you only have black values or no black values. And let's just turn it around by 180 degrees. It's doing the same thing. Okay, I think this is black enough. For now. But the problem though remains. You see how Unity is applying this dithering effect. We kind of have to find another way to render this. Now we can play around with the renderer settings to kind of make this happen. So this time I actually want to... Wait a moment, why is this not being saved correctly? Okay, now it's saved correctly. And this time I want to make a new image actually, instead of overwriting it. It's because I'm not sure if the amount of black was any problem at all. The problem is more that Unity is rendering the dither effect like this. And we would have to need to make the renderer. Let's hit play and just see what happens at the normal resolution. Before I say any more, because in the game it's maybe going to look a little bit different. I'm not sure how the renderer is going to apply this. Oh, okay. And the renderer is applying this really hard. Okay. Interesting. So another idea would be to make this dither PNG really big, to kind of try to confuse Unity. Because if I play around the renderer to maybe have more anti how's that pixel thing called? Anti oh, come on, how is it called? Anti-aliasing. Oh man, I really have to learn how to pronounce it if I ever want to sound like a professional. Yeah, but if it's looking like this in the game, it's going to be hard to make this look good. Can only try out the other effect. Let's see how this one looks. This one looks bad as well. It's looking good behind the rock though. Okay, so I'm quite sure this will not work, but let's just try it out. Like you see the dither effect, how it looks looking at the size here, at this size. I think in the game it is this size, so it should look much better. Not sure what the renderer is doing there. The only thing that I want to try out, and this will be a really easy test, make this into a ridiculously big picture, and then see what happens when I try to apply it. Make it circular and make it circular and rotate mask at one time real fast. It's like one per frame. It actually could kind of work. I mean, for a really quick fix. Okay, let me just try out this gradient for one last time. As I said, I don't expect anything out of this. Then import it in here. Okay, now we have a really big dither. We need to scale it down a lot. This kind of seems to work. But when we start the game, it's going to be. I think the mask is just using absolute values, and then it's going for each pixel, and then it filters out the dither again somehow. So yeah, make it circular and then rotate it. Okay, this might be our last solution here that we can try out, but this sounds so it's kind of idiotic to even suggest that, to be honest. And let's do it because it's going to be a really easy script. Mask. Let's make a script mask rotation and apply this to our foreground mask. And there's immediately some kind of error. I think it named this wrong or something. I don't know. It says it can't find the class. And the only thing I want to do here is to find the transform. Not even sure if we need to find this. And it's going to be the transform. Yeah, I think I'm doing this. No, I don't think we need to even do this. No, this is one. And everything we want to do is transform. Set rotation. Oh, there's a rotate. Now I'm not sure what we can put in here. Vector free Eulers. Let's just create a vector free. New vector free, and I think it's like this 0, 0, 0, 0, and then some value. Let's put 100 times time dot delta time. So this will look the same even on a very good PC and also on a potato PC. Now we have to apply this here. Okay, now we can apply it. And let's see what happens. Now this should just spin. I'm not sure if the rotation function is working though. Because when it comes to rotations are always a little bit tricky. It kind of works. It's too big. Aside from that, we have first of all we have to increase this rotation speed by a lot, because I think it's not rotating enough. Now you cannot see this on stream. Also on stream it will be a little bit more blurry, so you don't see the pixels that I see. Even with good quality, there's always a loss, but I could actually see it rotate. So let's make it smaller and hit play and see what happens. It's not much better, to be honest. To be honest, the circular fades
Yeah. I think it might be it might be working with this stone here, where the stone has a background that is then just has a duplicate that has less alpha value. Whiteness on TV, yeah, behind this one, yes. But behind the stone, it actually kind of works. Not really. The problem is that we can tell that this is just no, we just can tell that this is these are a lot of pixels. I can try out different masks here. I don't have any hope though. So for example, this mask. This one has to be bigger. Okay, it will even look more weird, I think. Yeah, this just looks more weird. I think this is the retro version of this. And last one. No. Now, to be honest, if I would go for pixel art, then I could maybe try to apply this, and it would kind of look okay. But with the style I'm going for, it's not going to work, because the problem is that the Unity mask is always working in absolutes, and it's just too obvious what happens here. Now, maybe with a frame rate of 120 frames per second, this would maybe obfuscate what we are doing there. But it's just a bet, to be honest. It's just a bet that the user will have good specs, and on a potato PC it will look completely different. Yeah, it's it was some kind of idea then. But yeah, any kind of stylized artistic mask shape can work, even if it's opaque, like scratched up frame or something like that, related to game frame. Yeah. So I think the best thing that works for me is the old settings that we have here. Just having this to be... We could also try to add these on top of each other. Let's try to add a lot of effects on top of each other. Now these are going to have different sizes though. Let's see what happens. Also a trick, just add so many effects that no one knows what you're doing. No, okay, that doesn't work. Unfortunately, that doesn't work. Okay, I would say rotating a mask is out. It's not going to work. It was a really easy solution, and it just sounded so interesting that I wanted to try it. So yeah, unfortunately, it's out. And unfortunately, the mask is always going to make this into pixels. I even think the mask is somehow overwriting the renderer, because if you look how it's looking here, this is not how it's looking when I play the game. In the game, I absolutely see each individual pixel, and it's not filtered by the renderer at all. And I'm not quite sure if that if it's overriding the renderer there somehow, because I had the feeling like
this looks like a little bit too much like an absolute. Okay. So let's put in our old mask again. And so we were working with this one. And before I make a break, I want to make a decision here with what kind of system I want to go with. So I think this is just fine. I just want that the outline here behind this stone, and when you're in next to the stone, is a little bit smaller. That's the only point that I still think is not so nice. So let's do another gradient here. This will be the last gradient for the day. So in the center we want 0 opacity. That's correct. And we want to have 0 at the furthest point. And this was 85%. That's no. We want to have 0 opacity at 0.5. Then we want at 90. We want to slowly fade this out to first fade into 40 really fast. This sits at 85, so at 75 we want to make sure that this line is not too thick. Let's say here it should be 60%. Now these are guessed values, of course. Trying to be artistically here. And I should also make sure that I use the old mode. And we are also working in way too big right now. We don't need to be that big. Now this was 5000 by 5000 pixels. It's just unnecessary. Okay, and then make the circle fit in. Okay, it's just fitting in, so no need to change that. Save this, put it into the game. The only thing is a good thing here is because I'm always overwriting my old settings, I don't need to clean up on the space that I used there. Okay, so this is looking like a compromise where it looks bad in every situation now. Let's play the game though. If I had to make that for myself in some way, I would probably go for distance shader on player and some sort of animated red warning indicator on enemies that appear in front or foreground but doesn't reveal enemy. Yeah, there's a lot of things that you could do here. You could also just spawn in, yeah, just without shader graph. You could, in your case, it would be even easier to just spawn in some kind of wet particle effect in front of the foreground when there's an enemy. Now I'm not going for any kind of assassination system or sneak system, so this is not that important for me. I just want I just want to create in my environment and have some kind of help for the player. I just want to help the player to be not confused inside of fights. That's all I want to do. Okay, I still have to redo this gradient one time because I think the fade was not good. Okay, let's do this one more time. It's kind of hard to make the inner circle nice, but also having a nice outer circle. Huh. I don't know what I'm doing here. Yeah, this is the last fight, no matter what happens now, because I have the feeling like I'm going too much in around in circles. I am kind of losing the main idea what I actually want to do. And actually, I think this is also maybe the end direction of what we can do. I don't think we can get too much better with this. So let's say we want to do this.
and make a cut with a testing out. So we make a cut, we can get rid of all of these dithers. Still have them in my art folder, but we don't need them in here. I think we'd never use these ones. Okay. And now let's make a new brush type, which is going to be called foreground brush. And it's going to or is it? No, let's make the option inside of this random game object brush. Okay. So, as I said, I just want to set this up very easy. So I just want to have serialized field. I need to see where I want to put this. Maybe under the sorting layers, because I'm not going to use this very often. And call this M. Foreground object. And I also want to define a color here with the serialized field. And this is going to be a color. We also need to make a blue then. Overwrite colors, because we often don't want to use this, but we now have the option. We can just call this new color. So what we want to do is, if we toggle this on, we want to apply the masks. Can actually write a hint here. I've forgotten the syntax for that. Unity, C# tooltip in inspector. Tooltip attribute. So here, this is how you display a tooltip. I want to give a tooltip here. Adds mask to reveal units behind it. And overwrite colors and new color, they are self-explanatory, so we are not going to make a hint for that, a tooltip. So, what do we want to do with this? I don't know. Let's code this first because it's easier. So we have this pixel. No, that's not it. Set scene cell. This is where we instantiate our object into the game. We can then just go and say if overwrite colors for each sprite renderer. Now we are just going to assume that we are using sprites, because that's what we did make this for. Sprite renderer in
get components in children. Or just like here. And oh no, we can just say renderer color is new color. That's it. So we should now immediately be able to paint our objects in a new color. Okay, let's try that out. So if I now darkbox brush and just paint on wood, it's not important. Paint here. Okay, because these are dark rocks, I don't actually know if these are now tinted or not, but I don't think they're tinted. So, okay, these are gray rocks. Now let's say over white color. Now they should be black. And if I say that, nothing happens. Because this is also having 0 alpha, so something happened. Yeah, okay, it's working immediately. Can put in another alpha value. I can put this to 100, 100, 100. Now there will be just a little bit black. Yeah. And I can paint my environment with a lot of rocks. So yeah, that's a lot of brush settings. So let's get rid of this rocks again, save this, and okay, we've done our first option. Now we are going for the hard part. And that is if we want to use our mask. So if this, I'm going to put Unity to my second screen though, because I need to see how the mask objects are going to change. So if we have that, we don't want to make any changes to the original sprite. We want to override the colors later. And we also have to do this first before we do anything sorting or anything else. Okay, if something mask, come on. What did I call this? Something foreground, I think. Foreground object, yeah, okay. So, and then we want to add a component. We also want to find each sprite renderer, so we can just copy this line here. But we want to do something else. Renderer. Add component. Game object. Add component. Oh, now I have to be careful because this is something that is a little bit hard to do dynamically. Do we have an add component here somewhere? Ah, this is how you do it. So I want to add a sprite mask. And then we are going to edit our mask. To use the same sprite as the renderer. And then we want the mask to have a custom range. We put this to true. Oh, it's not. It's not read only, even though it reads like read only. Okay, mask dot font sorting order is going to be 5. This will be hard coded because foreground is always 5. 1 layer ID going to be 1000. So we now set it up so it's only working with mask in the foreground. And it says it's back sorting order. And the renderer forgot about that. Dot something mask interaction. Visible outside mask. Okay. This is the first part. Don't know if I want to test this yet. There's one error. And now I also want to add a component. How do I add a game object? Well, I need to add a second layer with the same sprite on it. Oh, and I also want... there's a lot of things that I want here. I also want to change the material automatically. So renderer dot material is it's going to be a material that we can just drag in then, because I cannot find it in here. Also going to be a CLS field. This kind of exploded this little task here. Private material, new material. I'm not really sure why I used this coding convention, if it's not correct. I think normally the code convention would be like this. So set up the material. And then we want to add a game object as a child. Maybe we just have to instantiate a new one. Image of white child is going to be instantiate game object. New. Can we do this? Yeah, we can. Okay, just a new empty game object. Can we set the vendor as the parent? Yes, we can do it. And this is going to have a sprite renderer. This is going to be faded. Object background. Renderer. Need to be creative with the names. And this renderer sprite is going to be the renderer white. The material is going to be the same as the one of the renderer. So different here, but what we want to do differently is the color is going to be new color. We could maybe change this later, but for now let's just move. Need to override colors first though. For now let's just use the renderer color. G, and of course E. Then use the alpha and divide it and multiply it with 0.2 or 0.5. So this will automatically have a new color, faded out color. I think we will maybe make a new field for that, so we can just say inside of the inspector what kind of color this should have. Okay. And when this is working and is working in the game, I want to actually see if I can get some food for the day, because I haven't had dinner yet. So after that I will go make a short break. So let's see. Now, do I have any errors? Not yet. We immediately see these new toggle did pop up, foreground object and new material. Let's just say lit, sprite lit, and draw a stone, I guess. Okay. So let's see what happened to this stone. So we get some error messages. Unfortunately, the stack trace is little bit unforgiving. It doesn't tell us exactly which line of code was broken. Invalid layer ID. Okay, this seems to be that I mixed up the order with the ID. Okay, that happens. So I can set this to 5, 1000, and 1000 to 2. Okay, this should fix that error. And let's try again. I'm not sure if the code did try to execute the rest. Oh yeah, there's another error. It says I need to use the shared material here. I want to access it. Okay. Also a lot of warnings. Let's clear this because I want to read. Okay. Invalid layer ID. Use the unique ID of the layer. Now what happened here is it did set up the rock, but it did not give it the foreground sorting layer. Let's see. So these have IDs here. Oh damn, yeah, that was. Oh damn. Luckily, I have seen this problem before. Oh, hello. Real Celtic Warrior. Thank you for following. What's up? So what was the message?
Real Celtic Warrior. How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great. How are you doing? How are you doing? I'm just fine doing beautiful code work like we always want to do. Do you want to learn something about coding and making games? And thank you for following. So right now I'm trying to set up my own custom brush and I'm nearly finished since some days. And trying to do my stuff. So I need to find the idea of this sorting layer. So how do I find it? I think I can put it in like this.
Real Celtic Warrior. Yes, but sadly I need to go to bed since I have to return to work tomorrow.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. So yeah, I hope you have a beautiful and nice sleep. Maybe I can show you my test level before you go to sleep. I'm just waiting for the script to finish working, to finish compiling. So now I can maybe pour a stone. And did I get an error? Clear this out. No error. It's beautiful. Unfortunately, it seems to add in random objects to the stone. Let's try and test this out. Now, what I have here is I just did draw some stones and put them into the foreground layer. And you see, you should automatically see the character behind any object that is in front of him. That's the current task here. So you can see what's happening. And now let's maybe show an ability here. And I'm going to eat this guy. So this is how it works. And yeah, now you can see that behind these stones here, you can kind of see the stone, and you can still see the character even though you're behind the stone. And now the bat is killing me. Okay, let's get away from here. So this is what I'm working on. So the stones are working just fine. Just when I did but somehow the so the mask was working with them, but somehow the outline was not visible. That is a little bit disappointing. So what happened? Let's take a look at this stone. And I think it doesn't have the right order in layer. No? Oh, this order here is wrong. Okay. Yeah, I have no idea what happened there. So I still need to find out what's going on here. And trying to do some fixes. Let's try this block here. So you should actually see some kind of mask inside of here. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to work like I want it to be. So I think this has to be higher. Ah, then it works. Okay, so I have to make this value higher than this one. Okay. And then something weird happened here. It added two different game objects to the rock. So I'm not quite sure what happened there. No, it only added one object. Okay. So let's get rid of all the rocks and draw new ones. And it just works. See if they are set up correctly. No, they're not. There's a random game object spawned in here that has nothing inside of it. That's not good. Then there's a new game object. Maybe want to give this a name. It has the correct layer though. We have to see why is there some game object inside of here that we actually never wanted to have.
Real Celtic warrior. Oh, nice work, looks very interesting. Anyway, really need to go to bed now.
Really need to go to bed now. Glad you are happy about my follow. Seemed only fair to follow you back since you followed my channel. See you next stream or Jagger practice. Hope you get that small bug fixed. Yeah, it's just a small bug. It should take me just 5 minutes and then my game will be finished. Just as I usually say. Okay. Thank
Real
you.
Celtic warrior. Perfect Kappa HD.
Nice. So now I need to find out why do I get a random game object inside. It might be that it's because I use a for each renderer that I find, and then it's putting it generates a new renderer. The for each loop is maybe not seeing that this renderer has just been put in. I'm not sure how it's executed. It might be some kind of error like this. And then it's not finding any sprite renderer inside of that. And doesn't make too much sense. So nonetheless, let's just put all the renderers inside of an array. Just to make sure that the renderers that are going to be added during this for each loop are not considered inside the for each loop. Sounds a little bit weird if that would even happen. Okay, so anything else? I don't think so far. We also want to make sure that the sprite that we get out of this is always behind. So let's change the sorting layer. Sorting order is going to be the same as the renderer sorting order. -10. So it's always behind it. Actually, we can try to... Yeah. Copy this function here. We want to... sort renderer. We just want to see which one is the lowest layer inside of this object, and then say we want to have this.
as our sorting layer. Okay. Seems easy? Yeah. Okay, now let's try out if we got rid of that small little bug. I don't think so, because what I just explained, it wouldn't make too much sense.
Lexalex. Your game reminds me of Salt and Sanctuary. Might find some inspiration.
Salt and Sanctuary? Well, inspiration is always good. Salt and Sanctuary. Oh. Yeah, I guess they have a bigger team than I do. Well, I will look at this after the stream, because I usually just look into 2D games. I actually don't have time to play them, but I usually just look into 2D games and just look, hey, how are they doing it? And now I have to try to do it myself. Now, of course, everyone has a different style. Like this style of myself is completely different again, but yeah. I can do take a look into it later. I still want to find a way to how to fix this bug. Now there's a new game object added here. It shouldn't be there. Anyway, great job on the game and keep at it. Good night. Thanks a lot and good night. And thank you for just showing up and helping me. So a lot of your ideas were very, very good. I do have to make a correction in previous. Also here. Yeah, that won't fix anything though. Let's rename this sprite child. Foreground, background. That makes sense. Makes sense. Okay. And as I said, it's just a little bug. Okay, now it's spawned in one new game object. Does this have even to do if we make this foreground object toggle? Yes. So it's only doing this if we enable this foreground object toggle. So it has to do something with what we are doing inside of this loop here. Actually, it's quite useful that we have sprite vendors here. We want to override the sorting layers. We have to do it before we change it inside of the foreground layer of the child object. Okay. So we only have one instantiate here. Let's see if this is what causes the error. Just this one line. Which is possible. Would explain a lot. Okay. So whatever is creating two game objects, it's happening after this. So let's see if it is this line of code. Now we are just going to test out lines of code until we found the error. And there's not much else to this. Yes, it's this line of code is going to create two game objects. What? Okay. Instantiate a new game object. Okay, how do I do this then? Unity, instantiate new game object. This should be really, really easy. I know. I think I know what I did wrong. New game object is going to be new game object. Oh. And then we instantiate that. Oh no, I think it's going to instantiate it immediately when I just put in this line of code. So there's no need to instantiate it. That's the problem. Set the parent to be the renderer game object transform and sprite child dot transform local position is going to be 0. And this should now fix all our problems, make this work immediately. Yeah. Just yeah, okay. It just works. Let's see if the player is still visible behind the rock. Yep. What we can do now is add this scale here. Play around with this transparency. And just hit play. See how it looks. Can we see a small outline here? Put this to 60. Something's still not so good. First, the alpha cutoff has to be very exact, like this position. That was one of the problems that we have here. Yeah, it's okay. That's okay. Still don't know how I feel about this. Like, it's looking fine here. I think it's only working with dark rocks, dark objects in general. Also, I think the trees in the background are still moving a little bit too fast. Okay, but aside from that, I think we fixed all the errors, all the functions for the editing that we can get, and now we can maybe paint the map real fast. So yeah, I guess we at least have the option now. So I would say, because it is really late and the stream has been going on for a while, we have now 5 hours and 9 minutes, which is not as much time as I wanted to put into the stream today, but I have to go to bed soon, and I know if I keep streaming, this is going to take a while. So I would say thank you for joining in so far, and I hope I can see you around next time when we are going to actually use the new brush settings. And next time we are still going to paint the test level and trying to find out which values are going to be used in the game and then put them into the game. So not too much progress today. It's progress, but not too much. So thank you for joining in. Thank you for watching the stream. Have a good night. I'm going to get something to eat now, and I wish you everything in the world that could go right for you, because you're all beautiful, nice people. Thank you, and see you again. Bye.